can put your hands together for them. That's an outstanding performance from this young, lively, sassy, vibrant, and energetic students, all the way from University of Abuja. Great entertainers. This is just a tip of the iceberg. They've come to display, to show us, and to do what they know how to do best. Please put your hands together for them again. Please. You can do better. Put your hands together again. It is not easy seeing these young, athletic and energetic theater art students display this wonderful performance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honestly, we want to appreciate each and every one of you for finding out time today to come and share in the joy of this family. Nigerian Today's magazines, who rolled out the drums today to recognize and appreciate notable and enigmatic personalities in our society, cream de la cream of our society, captains of industry, political bigwigs, visionary and progressive business leaders, and academics too. Most of them, their sterling performance did not go unnoticed by this magazine. That's why we roll out the drums today to appreciate and to recognize their wonderful accomplishments and achievements in their respective field of endeavor. That's the reason why we are gathered this convivial evening to celebrate with them. Let me also beg you again. We know we are starting behind schedule. This event was scheduled for 3 p.m., but I think even most of us are familiar that this event is an award night, and I think that's one of the reasons why it didn't start by that 3 o'clock. I beg us again to 5 p.m., okay? I was reliably informed that the event would have kick-started by 5 p.m., but from our timepiece, you can attest that it is almost some minutes past 6. But in less than no time before 6:30, I think we'll kickstart this event. We'll still urge each and every one of you to just stay relaxed wherever you are while we wait for the organizers to tell us when to start properly. And I believe we'll have loaded of activities today that will keep you captivated this evening. I thank and appreciate each and every one of you once more for bearing with us while we'll kickstart the event. I am still yours sincerely, MC Dede Carlos, all the way from the home of the People's Elephants, 042 Eyimba City, Aba. That's where I came to do the needful today. Please, wherever you are, sit back. You will enjoy the efforts of this organizing committee. DJ, if you're ready, are you people still playing? Great entertainers. Okay, DJ, serenade us with timeless gerrits that transcends time and class, please. magazine in the person of our own brother, role model, inimitable role model, mentor, and a passionate teacher, a firebrand and thoroughbred journalist that organized this event today. Honorable Barrister Chikam Nayo, you've really proved your mettle as a tested, trusted, capacity, qualitative leader, and a vanguard administrator with integrity too. It is not easy. I thank and appreciate you and your team for putting up this wonderful outing today. Thank you so very much, sir, for recognizing most of these notable and enigmatic personalities in our society. Their hard work and accomplishments, you deemed it fit to give them this remarkable award today. Thank you, and may God bless you, sir. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much of our time again, I think it is time to kickstart this event. Before I recognize notable and splendid personalities that are here today to make this event graceful, memorable, and unforgettable, I would like to invite to the podium our own visionary and charismatic prayer warrior, an avowed gospel preacher, and a social reformer, Dr. Joseph Uche, for today's opening prayer. I told us ab initio that what we are going to witness today is convergence of cream de la cream of our society. I think another big fish just entered. And after the opening prayer, I will start with the normal introduction. Thank you.
Let us pray. Our Father and Lord, we thank you because we are alive despite the challenges of life. Father, we give you praise because it's not because of our righteousness, but because of your love that we witness today. Father, we commit this event into your hands. We ask that you guide us, you direct us, give us wisdom and all that we need to make this occasion memorable and eventful. Father, we pray that those that are still on their way, you help them to arrive safely. We thank you for the management and the editor-in-chief of this magazine for this great vision to document strides and activities and legacies of our leaders in this nation in all facets of life. We thank you that this vision, in our time, will remain. You are glow. We keep moving from strength to strength. That in the next 1 year, we will witness greater milestones and breaking of new grounds. We ask that we cannot do anything without you, but with you, we are sure we are in safe hands. Take absolute control. All those who are going to play one role or the other, we ask that those roles will be beautifully done. At last, we'll be careful to return our thanks to you. For in Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you so very much. That was a quick one from our own brother that I called an avowed gospel preacher and social reformer, Dr. Jasper Uche. Thank you so very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I also use this opportunity to invite to the podium Alhaji Abdul for the Muslim prayers. If he's here, Alhaji Abdul, thank you. Very young, vibrant, smart, and sassy Alhaji. so handsome. Thank you so very much, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. As we convert today for this August occasion, we solicit for the invocation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the sake of the blessings of the one of the most loved among of his messenger, that's Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. May this program be a memorable one. May all the invited guests and outstanding personalities invited to receive this outstanding award, as they came, may God take them back to their respective destinations peacefully. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحملنا على به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين.
Thank you so very much. Put your hands together for him too. It is not easy. We've done the needful. At this juncture, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we be on our feet for the national anthem. Thank you. Before I invited Dr. Jasper for that opening prayer, our own competent, capable, charismatic, and visionary leader just entered. If there is anybody you can follow to the battlefield without qualms, I think our own commandant, Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Audu, typifies that emblematic leadership. He is instinctively dependable, inspirational, and principled. We have gained considerably from his admirable vision, from the truth of his wisdom, the genuineness of his shepherding authority, and the wizened candor of his personal discipline. Yet, he remains approachable, free-spirited, true to himself and true to friends, and committed to the service of humanity and mankind. We have in our midst the presence of the Commandant of Nigerian Security Civil Defense Service Corps, our own inimitable role model, quintessence of humility, Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Audu. Thank you so very much. Put your hands together for him. He's here with us. A thoroughbred and firebrand professional. Good to see you, sir. Please, I would like to also invite once more to the podium Dr. Jasper Uche to the podium for short remark about what we are going to do this convivial evening. Dr. Jasper, if you're ready, we're ready for you, sir, please. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me stand on the, I don't know whether the MC has established any protocol. I know that the Commandant General of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps is here. So let me, at the risk of committing protocol blunder, let me rest on the protocol already observed. I've just been conscripted to play this brief role. And I will, first of all, I apologize in advance that I may not talk the way you like or relax facts, but the keynote speaker is on his way, and instead of keeping these great patriots waiting, I was asked to just speak a few things about the topic about strategic economic reforms in Nigeria and sustainable development. And I had to, because I have a little liberty to moderate so that I can make sense, I want to pose a question and now move in direction of what I'm asked to speak about. That question is, do we sit here and die? Do we sit here and die? And I'll begin with a story of what happened in, I like using stories in the Quran and Bible to drive home my points, because we are very religious people and we worship God a lot. And that question was asked by 3 lepers at a city called the city of Gate of Samaria. There was famine in the land. It was difficult to eat. People were even volunteering their children as a source of food. Bring your child today, let's eat. Tomorrow we'll now eat mine. So it was so bad that people had to take that decision to eat their children. And the 3 lepers, no lepers, were societal outcasts. They were seen as never-do-wells. We are not supposed to do anything with people. So they were left at the gate. And they also faced the risk of dying of hunger too. And they asked the question, do we sit here and die? And they came out with 3 options. That 3 options were, 1, to either remain there and die, or move into the city and die of hunger, or go to the camp of our enemies and surrender to them. If they kill us, we will die. If we stay here, we will die. If we go into the city, we will die. So we all die and I die. So they said they would have to go to the camp of the enemies, the Syrians. And fortunately for them, and God using them as a lifeline for the greater number of people like us, like the leaders, politicians, the captains of industry, that we are stranded because of hunger. And miraculously, when they were moving into the camp of the enemy, there was a strange noise. And the enemies thought that the other camp had mobilized greater forces to run them out. And they ran away and they left all their gold and silver, everything. So the three lepers now became people that we are used to rescue the other. And why I pose this question is around the bold reforms that the federal government is doing presently. That in 2003, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came and asked that question: do we sit here and die? He found out, discovered two major issues that was eating deep into our national treasury: the issue of fuel subsidy regime and multiple foreign exchange rates. And he took a bold step to halt that trend. Before he came on board, we've lost trillions of naira yearly on account of that, because some oil dealers will get benefit from subsidy of the federal government. Instead of just deploying it locally, we have high level of smuggling, that we have not less than 2,200 petrol filling stations at borders. What they do was to smuggle, to sell petrol at night to nobody, because we know that story very well. So it was difficult for the country to know the quantity of fuel we consume a day. Because when you buy, for instance, 200 naira from Nigeria, and you're sure that if you move to Togo or move to Republic of Benin, you will sell 600. So people were moving that and were making a lot of money. They will collect subsidy fuel. They will now sell at market rate. That was what happened. For the one of multiple exchange rate, people will go to CBN, get dollars at a discounted rate, and you go and make money with it. So the country raised overnight billionaires without pointing any source of wealth. And that was the situation we were faced as a country. And there's an organization called Budget. Budget is a civil rights organization that uses technology and infographics to engage the citizenry. They made an analysis. They said that Nigeria spent about 10 trillion naira between 2006 and 2018. 2006 and not now. 10 trillion naira then, based on exchange rate, was, you know, the difference between now. And that money that the country spent could have been utilized to build 27,000 megawatts of solar powered electricity for a stable power supply across the country. Or the other way around, you could use that money to construct 500,000 new houses for families through mortgage of about 20 million per house. Or they could have used that money to construct 2,400 units of 1,000 bed hospitals in 764 LGS. Or they could have used that money to educate or skill up Nigerians so that Nigeria overnight will square up with the other developed countries. So there were a lot of suggestions on what to be done. And when the present leadership came, they decided to halt that trend. And that is why we are here today. And because of that decision to stop the fuel subsidy, and because of the decision to stop the multiple foreign exchange rate, we have two issues on ground. I'm not going to bore you with statistics because this is also supposed to be a relaxed evening. It's not that question, do we sit here and die? And two things happened. One for government, then two for the citizenry. The stoppage of that fuel subsidy regime, for instance, made sure that government had more money. It increased our revenue, it increased our foreign reserve, and we had more money to share among the three tiers of government, not just federal government, state and local governments. And that is why if you watch the budgets of most governors now, there are some states that we are budgeting about 100 billion before. Today they are doing 700 and 600 and 500 and something billion because they are expecting more money. Then on the other side, for the citizens, we now have more poverty, more hunger, deprivations. As we speak now, most people are not sure of what they will eat this night. and they are in millions. Transportation, cost of you know how we are facing the heat. Even a former minister even complained recently that the cost of diesel and all this. So he's biting hard on anybody. And in all this, the federal government, led by President Tinubu, has told us to exercise patience. And they've come out with a number of initiatives like paying minimum wage, which is like we are still dragging with some governors in some states. And there's a plan we have formed a committee, presidential initiative on CNG buses and vehicles, and they're opening a lot of centers to encourage Nigerians to run CNG vehicles. You have the issue of students' loan. You have conditional cash transfer. We're also giving bags of rice to our ministers and even our legislators to share. But even as the more that is done, the more people complain. So this year, Nigeria said that over 60% of Nigerians are multidimensionally poor. When you talk about multidimensional poverty, we are not just talking about food, we are talking also about shelter, we're also talking about access to health, we also have access to clean water, you also talk about sanitation, you also talk about decent housing. So most Nigerians are facing these challenges today. Do we sit here and die? That is the question the president posed. And today, a lot of issues, social dislocations, insecurity, and challenges because of this. So, and as a people, Nigerians are good citizens. Nigerians are very easy to win over. And Nigerians have been appealed to be patient. And we are patient. We don't have a choice than to be patient. And the conversation this evening is around, this is a challenge we face. That I went to a church one day because of hardship. And they were doing discussions on how to survive this time. So one woman narrated a story that I think she has about 5 people, the children and other 5 persons to feed in the family. And you know when you cook soup, you would like to every child to take at least meat. After you are swallowed, you want to take meat, even if it is not a big lump. So the woman now told us the sense she got in the market. That sense was that the butchers, when she went to buy meat, and the butchers posed a question. Because the woman used to buy meat, and they would cut the meat for her. The woman said, and they asked the woman, want you to tell us the size of the meat you want us to cut for you. Is it Obasanjo, or Goodluck, or Yaradua, or Buhari, or Tinubu? The woman said, cut Tinubu's own for me. So the wisdom in that is not just cutting your coat according to your size, but according to your cut, according to your clothes. So that's the situation we find ourselves, and we write, we speak, we don't disparage our leaders. We encourage the federal government to do the right thing. We encourage our leaders to come up with policies to push on this thing. And we as citizens are also encouraged while they are doing that. We also learn how to run away from not being stranded. So if you go to the market, instead of not giving your children meat, instead of insisting on Obasanjo era meat, you have to ask them to give you Tinubu meat so that anyhow, your family will have meat to eat. So, can we clap for ourselves? So, by way of summary, is that we have a responsibility to build our nation. And it doesn't rest squarely with government. The government has a lot to do. They have to lead the pack by personal example, by authoritative allocation of values, by prioritization, by not just because you have more money now, you go into projects that are white elephants. You build government houses with billions, build airports with billions. Why what Nigerians need today is what will increase their purchasing power. Make sure you fund SMEs. Make sure that we give access to credit. We give grants to people who can't do anything. The federal government is also trying, and other things some states are doing. But we're saying that we need more like Oliver Twist so that we can move forward. The other day, our president struck a deal with a lot of MOUs with the president of France, especially in the solid mineral sector, where the solid minerals like copper, like lithium, like nickel, and other rare earths, they are needed for industries that produce products in the clean energy. And I remember that I wrote in one of my articles that it's good that Nigeria is positioning to take repositioning to be a strategic ally of France in West Africa because of really what we know. But we can learn from Norway. There was something Norway did when they discovered oil initially. What they did was that the leadership was so patriotic that any MOU or contract or prospecting companies that would come, they will make sure that one of the items, one of the lines of that thing is that there must be intentional skills transfer. So as you're exploiting our solid mineral or our oil, you must train local resources, our young people, to acquire these skills so that over time they will have the capacity to drive it without necessarily waiting for foreigners or expatriates. So in essence is that we have to position and reposition ourselves to take advantage of opportunities that abound in our country. Even in agriculture is a major employer of labor. We can deploy our youths. I have proposed somewhere that this kidnapping we have in the highways, the Office of National Security Advisor can propose a policy that all the highways in Nigeria, we can have farms, 3-kilometer farms from the end of the road to inside the bush to the other side. If you do it 3-kilometer farms from all the major ways in the country, establish cooperatives to run them, and people will go into farming, and government will provide ready markets. It will help us to come out from the quagmire we find ourselves. What I want to say is that we continue to keep faith, we continue to exercise patience, we continue to have hope, knowing that one day with our cooperation, with our foresight leadership, we are going to come out of the woods. And I bet you may not accept it, Nigeria will be one of the nations that will be envied in the world in the next couple of years. I know it will happen because of me, because of you, and because we serve a living God. So we will not sit here and die. We will make progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Jasper Uche, for this short remark. You've elucidated on why our country, Nigeria, is facing these myriads of challenges today. And also, you've given us little advice on what to do to ameliorate the suffering of the masses and curb youth restiveness. Thank you so very much, sir. Please, I want to beg also once more that before I introduce the representative of the Civil Defense, the Commandant Civil Defense, I have representative of governors. Let me, at this point, establish the normal protocol for this event because the list came to me late. Sorry, please, I crave your indulgence. I would like to, with utmost sense of respect and humility, I would like to recognize the presence of our own meticulous, methodical, dynamic, and hardworking governor of Enugu State, Honorable, who is represented by our own leader and mentor, Honorable Chika Ugwoke, Honorable Commissioner for Labor and Employment, Enugu State. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. We appreciate your presence. I would also like to recognize the presence of Honorable Engineer Abubakar Momo, Fellow, Nigerian Society of Engineers, the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, who is also ably represented by Honorable Chief Wole Iraye, SA, to Honorable Minister on Project and Monitoring, Southeast and Southwest. Thank you also for coming. Thank you so very much, sir. Please bear with me because you were the first person that entered this auditorium. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. I would also like to make welcome the presence of Senator Philip Tanimu Aduda, MFR, former Senator of the Federal Capital Territory, ably represented by Ambassador Anderson Osiebe. Ambassador Anderson Osiebe, if you're here, thank you so very much, sir, for coming. We appreciate your presence. God bless you, sir. I would also like to recognize the presence of another inimitable intellectual gladiator, Professor Dantani Wushishi, the Registrar of NECO, who is ably represented by Dr. Suleiman Adogoke and other management members. If they are here, put your hands together. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. I would also like to recognize the presence of another delectable, trendy, vivacious, obeying Amazon with beauty and brain, Chief Dr. Regina Yabo from the USA. Thank you so very much, ma. You also came early. Thank you so very much, ma. I appreciate your presence. God bless you. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Royal Majesty, Dr. Obukowo M.A. Whiskey Uduhi the First of Ovie, King of Urobo land, another notable champion of just causes, a moral asset, and a custodian of culture and tradition. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. We appreciate your presence, our King. Thank you also for coming. I have also another firebrand, on-air personality, notable and enigmatic, a rare gem in the person of our own mother and sister, Mrs. Uju Ejeye, the one that anchors the political platform for Ray Power FM. She is also an award recipient. Thank you so very much, ma, for coming. We appreciate your presence. God bless you. I have also the presence of another enigmatic personality representing the First Lady of Jigawa State, our own sister, Miss Hassan Omar, representative of the First Lady of Jigawa State. She is also here with us. Thank you so very much, ma, for coming. I would also like to recognize with utmost sense of respect and humility affairs. Thank you so very much, sir. Another hardworking, naturally kind-hearted, genial, and amiable representative here with us. Thank you so very much, sir. We appreciate your presence. I would also like to reach out to another splendid and towering personality, Malam Abdurrahman Haruna Danja, PA, to the Pro-Chancellor, National Open University of Nigeria. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. I would also like to thank you again for that wonderful prayer. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. Without also wasting much of our time, I would also like to recognize the presence of the representative of the Vice Chancellor of Federal University, sorry, please. I didn't see what you wrote here. Dosima Dosima, Dr. Aliyu Wama. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. That's another intellectual giant. He is here representing the Vice Chancellor of Federal University, Dosima. I have also another enigmatic personality and rare gem, Dr. Yusufu Maina Buka, former Director General, CEO of NAGIN. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. Thank you. We appreciate your presence. God bless you, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think I told us, ab initio, that in less than no time that we'll start seeing the reason why we are gathered here this convivial evening. I think most of our expected guests and personalities are fast coming in. Please, I would like to invite the great entertainers for short performance before I call on the editor and the publisher, the convener of today's event, to come and give us short remark about what we are doing this evening before we enter into the real game of the night, the lecture and the award. I still want to apologize to us for starting this event behind schedule. Thank you so very much, sir. The great entertainers, if you people are ready, our guests are also ready, eagerly waiting to see you people perform. Before the great entertainers, before they perform, I would like to recognize the presence of our own mentor, role model, an enigmatic personality, a man I call an irrepressible man of idea, a man that commands general acceptability. Love him or hate him, you will feel his overwhelming splendor when he is out. He has proved his mettle as a tested, trusted, capable, competent, qualitative leader with integrity, a man whose lifestyle reminds me of the inimitable words of John Quincy Adams that said, if somebody's action inspires you to dream more, learn more, or do more and become more, that person is a leader. I have in our midst here our own former Senate President of Nigeria and former Secretary to Federal Government, SGF, in the person of His Excellency Dr. Pius Anyim. He is here with us. Thank you so very much, sir. We appreciate your presence. God bless you, sir. I would also like to recognize the presence of another pathfinder for his generation, an iconic trailblazer, a pathfinder of development, a man of remarkable serenity, a man that occupies conspicuous space in the pantheon of patriots imbued with compassion and courage. Our own quintessential legal luminary, a quintessential barman and the people's advocate, Professor Michael Ozekome, SAN. Thank you so very much. Looking dapper and boyish in this stunning outfit. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. At this juncture, I would like the great entertainers. Sorry, please. Without wasting much of our time, with utmost sense of respect and humility, too, I would like to recognize the presence of Professor Philip Afara. Afara, the Deputy Vice Chancellor representing the Vice Chancellor of University of Abuja. I told us that what we'll have this evening is convergence of cream de la cream. We've seen the Iroquois in the intellectual forest. They are all here fully represented. And I think they are here today to receive their own award and to spice this event. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. Without wasting much of our time, this convivial ambience that we're enjoying today, the seats, the sofas we're enjoying today, are products of Vento Furniture. When you talk about high class and top-notch decoration and sofas, no matter the type you see in high-octane parties and luxury apartments in developed clime is here with us, and of course, we are enjoying it. Our own brother, Vento Hassan Yegit, thank you so very much. We appreciate your part, the part that you played in this event. God bless you, sir. Great entertainers, are you people ready? If you're ready, let's go. That's great. Put your hands together for this scintillating performance from these young lads. They never allowed the precarious situation and the economic topsy-turvy debar them from doing what they are supposed to do. I saw our own revered and adored legal luminary and avant-garde administrator, former SGF and Senate president recall with great sense of nostalgia how they felt back in the day as young undergraduates in their respective universities, seeing the performance of these young children. Very lively, full of life and energetic. We encourage their HOD to do more because these are prospective performers that will replace the likes of Ola Rotimi and Wole Soyinka, the great minds that made literature what it is today. These are intellectual gladiators recognized across the globe from despots from Nigeria. Thank you so very much. Put your hands once more for these young people. Thank you. I would also like to recognize the presence of the representative of the calm, calculated, intelligent, and austere governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Senator Doye Diri, ably represented by Dr. Faith Izibenua Zips, Commissioner for Marine and Blue Economy, Bayelsa State. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. He did not also come alone. He came with his Commissioner for Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Ololo. Thank you also for coming. Mr. Ware Pamo Inokoba, thank you also for coming. I would also like to recognize with utmost sense of respect and humility the presence of our own dogged, determined, and resilient governor of Kaduna State, who is Senator Obasani, who is ably represented by Professor Osman Malami Aliyu, DG, National Institute for Cancer Research. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for coming. With utmost sense of respect and humility, may I also recognize the presence of Senator Rochas Okorocha, former senator representing Okiwe Senatorial Zone. He is ably represented by Honorable Kingsley Okezie. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. I have also another notable custodian of culture and tradition in the person of His Royal Majesty Igwe Makantoni Okookwo Ezedioramma II of Alo, our own hardworking, pragmatic, young, vibrant, and savvy traditional ruler. Thank you so very much. Appearing also in his traditional regalia, we appreciate your presence. God bless you. While we'll still wait for the names of, okay, I have also the representative of Engineer Dr. Emeka M. Eze, OFR, Pioneer Chairman, FCT Civil Service Commission. Honorable Fortune Ifeka representing Engineer Dr. Emeka M. Eze, OFR. Engineer Fortune, thank you also for coming. We appreciate your presence. At this juncture, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite to the podium the man of the moment, the showboater, the reason why we are gathered here this convivial evening, the convener of this remarkable event. All of us are here today to see the people deemed fit to get this award from this, our own naturally kind-hearted, hardworking a man. I not only admire his intellectual composite man, I doff my cap for his bull-like tenacity, his managerial dexterity and political sagacity. Honorable Barrister Chikam Nayo Eze to come and say hi to his guests. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, Governors of Enugu State, ably represented by my brother, Governors of Bayelsa State, Enugu State, Jigawa State, Kebbi State, and I've seen our colleague also, a commissioner from Kaduna State here. Your Excellency, our leader, our mentor, former president of the Senate, former secretary to the government of the Federation, who is here today as the chairman of this occasion, in furtherance of his unmitigated humility and support for things that are lowly and at the beginning. I salute you, sir. I don't want to get into the trap of the protocols, but I must recognize the honorable ministers that are here present, ably represented by senior officials of their ministries who have patiently waited. I thank you, my brother. Security and Civil Defense Corps. A great man, a hard worker, a man who has taken it upon himself to rewrite the history of surveillance and security in this country, ably represented by the commandant of the Civil Defense in the FCT, my own brother, Shola. You're welcome, sir. The guest lecturer today, who has also written 50 books that were published in one day. I don't know why my leader, my mentor, has decided that he will not apply for the Guinness Book of Records. But I will do that on his behalf. Because since he has refused to apply, I can as well find a way to shine with that application, even if I don't receive the reward when it comes. He has been not just a lecturer of men, of timber and caliber across this country, but an advocate of justice, equity, the quest for an egalitarian society at very great personal cost over the years. I call him Mr. Consistency. I call him Mr. Hard Work. I call him Mr. Exceptional Ingenuity, Dexterity. When we were in secondary school, there's what we call every year young. If you say Chief Mike Ozekome is an epitome of that cliche, every day and every year young, you may not be mistaken after all. My guest lecturer, Chief Mike Ozekome, you are welcome, sir. It will be very difficult for me to forget the intellectual leadership that is ably represented here in this hall this evening. Professor Afaha, I use it as a point of contact to all the professors in the hall that have come from NECO. The leadership of NECO is here. And they have come from the academia, the business community. You're welcome. Leaders and captains of industry, especially those who have decided to lend their weight behind us at a time we are yet to have taken roots as a media house. The leadership of Vento Furniture, I salute you. Vento Furniture stands for excellence, quality, and they have given back to community over and over again. You will never lack. You are welcome. All the seats you see here, they furnished it at no cost to the organization I represent. And they have spent a lot of money trying to make sure that they encourage Nigeria Today magazine. We will continue to grow with you. Thank you very much. Richmore and Goldmore, Chief Njoko all the way from Kanu, and so many others I will not want to mention. But before I make my opening remarks, I want to thank members and leadership of the Fourth Estate of the Realm. My brother Suleiman came in all the way from Benin. CJ Mama, Uju Ejeye, and so many of our compatriots. If I forget Chief Ucho Buago, I may not be able to go home and sleep this night. You are welcome. My leader, once a leader, always a leader. Let me please crave your indulgence to brief it here so that we can move ahead. God bless you all. The reason why we're here this evening is twofold. Nigeria Today magazine is celebrating its first year anniversary. And for us, it means a lot, especially at this time in our nation, to be able to start a media house and begin to nurture it despite all the attendant challenges that come with running a business, how much more a media business in these trying times. So we have reason to celebrate, and we said we are going to call our friends to celebrate with us, and we're going to recognize people like Abdul, the young leaders of this nation, and we're going to recognize all of the people that have helped us to go through the last 1 year, and all of the people that have helped our nation to continue to navigate to safety in the midst of the storms of life that has become more like a daily experience for citizens across the globe. So we're here tonight to listen to learn, but more especially to celebrate our compatriots. And why should we celebrate when things are seemingly hard? We celebrate because it is in celebration that we justify all our efforts and all our grinding in all walks of life. Chief Mike Ozekome will come forward immediately after I step down and give us the thoughts that we are going to take away from this lecture. And after Chief Mike Ozekome has spoken, we will quickly move to the business of the night, which is to recognize Nigerians from all walks of life that have excelled in their various fields of endeavor. Why should we recognize Bayelsa State for setting up a ministry of blue economy, marine economy? We will know why tonight when the Honorable Commissioner will come forward and tell us why they are making that pioneering effort. Why should we recognize the governor of Enugu State, who is a silent achiever but has taken governance to another level? We will know why. Why should we recognize the National Security and Civil Defense Corps for changing the narrative and reckoning a lot of unreported achievements, especially the ones that have helped our economy to stabilize to the extent that we witness today? We'll know why. And then we'll know why we are recognizing the leadership of the media, the presenters, the producers, the philanthropists, the academics, and the business entrepreneurs in our midst tonight. So I want to thank you for making our time to be here. I want to thank especially Chief Sam Amadi and others that flew all the way from outside this country to come to this our event that is still at the teaching stage. I want to say that if I do not get the opportunity to come here again, which I don't think I will have time to come after the lecture, my chairman, my leader, my father, my mentor will thank you before we leave here today. And his thanks will be adequate to take you home in a wonderful way. So thank you and God bless you. And please, I pray you haven't waited so long to give ears to Chief Mike Ozekome, because he is certainly worth listening to. God bless you. I appreciate you.
Thank you so very much, our own editor and publisher of this great magazine that is celebrating its 1 year of existence. It is not easy, just in 1 year, like he rightly said. The precarious situation we found ourselves in the country, the hogger-mogger and the economic quagmire that has kept us where we are today. But I think by the special grace of God, that God in his infinite mercies and our own hard work, things will change, the narrative will change. Because the people who have, as leaders of today, are doing their best to change the narrative, and we pray that their best will come out better. Thank you so very much, our own role model, mentor, and quintessential journalist, Honorable Barrister Chikam Nayo Eze. Thank you so very much, sir. At this juncture, I told us ab initio that what we're expecting today, we're expecting quality guests, and that's exactly what we have in this auditorium. Like he rightly said, without wasting much of our time, we are going to invite to the podium a man whose outstanding attainments do not dwindle his humanity. A man who lives the ethos, my own ethos, that aligns with my own ethos, that the hallmark of every human being still consists of the community you build, the laughter you share, and the number of lives you touch. A man like that I told us ab initio that he occupies a conspicuous space in the pantheon of patriots, imbued with compassion and courage. He is methodical, he is meticulous, he is personable, he is well-mannered, he is well-organized, he is nice and noble, he is steadfast, egalitarian, effervescent, intuitive, sharp-witted, caring, compassionate, passionate, devoted. I can go on, but I am out of superlatives. At this juncture, I would like to invite to the podium our own revered, quintessential senior advocate of Nigeria, a man of remarkable serenity, a man of refreshing, effervescent candor, a good-spirited man of excellence, a thoroughbred professional, an Iroko in the intellectual forest. Professor Mike Osekome, thank you so very much, sir. SAN, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, I had all the superlatives. Thank you very much that you were challenging Collins Dictionary and the Advanced Oxford Dictionary. And that brings me to the funny story of a guest lecturer who was to deliver a lecture. When he arrived, the hall was as full as this, up to 500 people. He just continued to deliver his lecture. He wouldn't stop. 400. The crowd was thinning down. 300. He was firing on. 200. 150, 100. This man was firing from all cylinders. 50, 40, 30. For where? The man would not hear. 20 people remained in the hall. From 500 to 10, 5. The man was delivering his lecture. 4, 3, 2. Then by the time he said, thank you for listening to me, there was only one person remaining. He turned to the person and said, I want to thank you for listening to me. He said, I had no option, sir. I'm actually the gate man. I wanted you to finish so that I lock up the gate. So with that, let me say thank you, Your Excellency, sir. Former President of the Senate, former Chairman of the National Assembly, 2000 to 2003, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, a quintessential politician, lawyer extraordinary, barrister at law, a man who has shown integrity with what Grammy said, that if you lose wealth, you have lost nothing. If you lose health, you have lost something. But if you lose character, you have lost everything. Senator Anyi, Pius Anyi, has character. My pleasure. And guess what? I'm very proud to say that he had a stint in my chambers in the 80s. So if I can produce a giant like Anyi, Pius Anyi, then I may no longer be a Lilliputian. I think you agree with me. This young man we are gathered here for today, Chikam Nayo Eze. I call him the Eze, the traditional ruler that needs no chieftaincy title, from Umunochi in Abia State. One thing that intrigued me about him was that when I was defending Orji Uzor Kalu during the election petition in 2000 to 2001, this young man at about 27, 28 was already a commissioner in Orji Uzor Kalu's cabinet. And he was to serve with 3 state governments. And I believe that for you to have that survivalist instinct with 3 whole governments, there must be something deposited in you that each of them saw. And that is what is exemplifying today by coming to Abuja to found this great magazine, Nigeria Today. We thank you. We will all be there for you to encourage you to climb the ladder of life. And I welcome all my brothers here who are on the high table and my other brothers there. Thank you all. May God bless you for coming. The chairman has given me some minutes to speak up, and I will try to keep within the minutes by the grace of God. I actually have a paper which I have shared with the organizer. My paper is 65 pages. When I want to discuss an issue, I write, I put it down so that I will be quoted, so that posterity will remember that I did one on this, but it was not listened to. So today I'm speaking on the imperative of strategic economic reforms in Nigeria's quest for sustainable economic development. Let me quickly confess that I'm not an economist or a financial expert, but as a Homo sapien, I do know certain economic policies that can be good for us or not good for us. And I thank God that in 1974, when I did my West African School certificate, I scored A1 in economics. And that has kept me on to look into certain things. Why do certain things happen? So, Your Excellency, sir, you are going to see when you read some of my 50 books that some of them are simply philosophical, like one I'm working on now. I titled it The Oxymoron. Why do opposites happen? Why? Life, death, tall, short, big, small, darkness, light, death, life. I just want to know. So, I do know that if you call the common woman or common man in the market, they will be able to tell you whether the economy is good or is not good. He doesn't need to have a degree in economics. My wife came yesterday shocked that vegetable oil, Ororo, that she had bought 27,000 some months ago. And I remember when she told me, I was shocked. I said, is it not that thing we used to go to exclusive to just go and pick up? She went there, that bigger one. They said it was 100 and something thousand naira. I was shocked. They now feel one of my cars at times with 80 something, with 100 and something thousand naira. 80 something, 90 something. A car that we used to fill with 18,000, 20,000. I don't need to be a professor of economics to know that there's obviously something wrong. So, our current predicament is a narrative of both triumphs and tragedy. According to the IMF, International Monetary Fund, our economy, which was formerly lauded as the largest economy in Africa by 2014, rebased with over $500 US, continues to slip amidst crippling inflation, over-reliance on one monoproduct, oil, currency devaluation, and a volatile commodity market. you all know that this has fostered poverty and income inequality in Nigeria. This has also caused serious unemployment, decreased GDP, gross domestic product, reduction in business investment, higher interest rates, and a trade deficit. To foster long-term development and reduce poverty, we must undertake certain economic or strategic economic reforms. So I am therefore exploring, with the few minutes given to me, what do we do? The United Nations Brundtland in 1987, the Brundtland Commission says that we should be able to have what we call sustainability, as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So we do not rob the Paul of tomorrow just to satisfy the Peter of today. So there must be a balance among economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental demands. And all these require bold reforms. But let me say, bold reforms that wear human face. Because we need to live so before we can enjoy our economic reforms. We don't need to be the walking dead or the walking corpses or the living dead, as Professor Ayi Kwei-Ama, we call them in his epic, The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. We therefore have to have a different narrative, a mindset change. Because it was Albert Einstein, that great physicist and philosopher, who said, we cannot solve our problems by using the same thinking with which we had created the problems. That great man was the one who formed or who founded the principle of relativity, which had to do with understanding space, time, and gravity. It was with that principle that the first atomic bomb was developed. The bomb that destroyed in 1945 the twin Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I also do know that Hippocrates, the father of medicine, once told us that desperate diseases require desperate remedies. But the remedies must be such that the patient is not killed and will no longer be able to enjoy the benefits. So, the Nigerian economy historically was initially agrarian before we struck the blackboard at Oloibiri, the present-day Bayelsa State, in 1956. There was a period of growth before the 1980s, and we started experiencing some of these challenges from the 80s to 90s, but certainly not as bad as we have it today. So, our lack of economic diversification and over-reliance on oil, coupled with the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, and then the 2014 oil crash, and the global economic slowdown, all these confluence to exacerbate a situation that was getting bad. For example, can Countries like Norway established a sovereign wealth fund to insulate their economy from oil price volatility in the world market. That is a clear example that I think Nigeria can follow. There's therefore the need for us to look at issues about agriculture, technology, manufacturing, and services. What about institutional reforms? We need them seriously. For example, corruption. Corruption is eating deep into the fabric of the society. It has become not just endemic, but pandemic. Corruption strolls around now like a proud peacock, unchecked. And if we do not kill corruption, corruption may end up killing us. This has brought deficit in our educational system, in our healthcare system, and in our infrastructure. I'm talking about infrastructure. We all do know about our decrepit infrastructural facilities, which are greatly in deficit. These gaps have made production, exchange, and usage of goods and services more complicated. Inadequate roads, unreliable power supply, poor communication, telecommunication, with the value of life gradually depleting, slipping away from our hands before our very eyes. One now has to become a government for himself to survive. You must have a powerhouse in the form of generators. In fact, in buying generators, you have to have a big one, diesel, that all your people can use. Then you will buy a medium one, fuel, that fewer people can use. Then you must buy that smallest one they call I pass my neighbor. At least it can give you light and fun. So some people like me, who used to sleep with full air condition on, I may drive 2 to 3 cars when I'm traveling. The day my driver told me and my PA that they came to the airport with 2 vehicles, I almost ran crazy. 2 vehicles? What are you doing here with 2 vehicles? Considering the cost of fuel. That is okay to cut costs if they are not necessary. But what with the heat? And I cannot sleep because I cannot put on a big generator, diesel, to power my AC throughout the night because of the costs. That is life reductionism. So, according to the World Bank, talking about human capital development, in 1920, Nigeria's Human Capital Index, HCI, stood at 0.36. Nigeria ranked number 168 in the world out of 174 countries sampled, far below the benchmark of 56% that a country is supposed to have. Education is very crucial for the implementation of a nation's human capital. With our dilapidated educational facilities or infrastructure, an outdated curriculum that cannot suit the 21st century, where AI, artificial intelligence, where Elon Musk is threatening to send people to the moon to go and be holidaying there with hotels built there. One minister in Nigeria was still saying that we should be proud. I have been able to develop a biro. Currently, our literacy rate stands at 59.57%. UNICEF reports says that Nigeria has the largest number of out-of-school children. And this is dangerous. The largest number of out-of-school children. About over 80.3 million children not even enrolled at all. While about 12.4 million children are reported never to have been inside a classroom. And 5.9 million children are estimated to drop out even after they had entered. That is dangerous for a country. And that again quietly dovetails into unemployment, which has become more serious today. With graduates, even looking for many jobs to be able to ride Okada, a motorcycle, to survive. I'm aware of the challenges that face strategic economic reforms in Nigeria. One, insecurity. We all know them. There's no need to dwell on them. Banditry, kidnapping, Boko Haram, premeditated murders. So much that no one can sleep with his two eyes closed. Inconsistencies in policy formulation and execution. Frequent changes by governments. One government will come and will say, he will not follow what the last government did. So you have abandoned projects everywhere, including white elephant projects and projects that otherwise would have been critical for development. So this lack of continuity is a big problem. I do not believe in just damage assessment. Quo vadis. Where do we go from here? What are the solutions? I prefer to this government. One, project financing, which hinges on significant investment in critical infrastructure. That's a very good, viable option. And it's a bridge between finding a gap and stimulating infrastructural development. But we need a strong legal framework for this, not just the splinter of laws here and there. We need also to have comprehensive policy reforms so as to create a conducive environment for Nigeria's industries to thrive. The government must look critically at diversifying the economy. There's no question about that. So as to reduce our reliance on a single mono product, oil, which accounts for over 70% of our national export. I also suggest what we call PPP, public-private partnership. With PPP, the government can leverage private resources and skills to meet the growing demand for growth and even employment. However, for effective implementation of having a viable PPP, the government also needs to establish a robust legal framework. Not just legal, also institutional framework that can make it to survive. And then suitable projects will have to be selected, conducting transparent tenders, structure comprehensive contracts, and then also put in place oversight mechanisms so that they do not fail. We must invest in human capital development, and very quickly too. Education and healthcare. With a young population, mercifully, Nigeria has one of the youngest populations in the world. Over 60% of our population are young people below the age of 25 to 30. And very ICT savvy. So we have a glut of that we can draw from to build a nation. There's a need to expand our educational frontiers, train teachers, increase our healthcare facilities so that we can have a better nation. It is not impossible. The Asian Tigers did it. Between the 1960s and 1990s, the Asian Tigers brought out what we call the Asian miracle. They were largely agrarian, like Nigeria was in the 50s and 60s. These Asian Tigers, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea decided to do certain things which I recommend to our government. What did they do? They made strategic investment in education, which I've discussed. Then they went after creating goods for exportation. Because if you don't export and earn, then your naira can't be strong. Then they went into deliberate industrialization, infrastructural development, technology, and human capital development. This was how they came. More importantly, the government gave them a conducive environment, giving them tax incentives, tax waivers. And with that, the four Asian Tigers came out, even threatening to consume bigger ones like China. Yes, there's a need for monetary tightening, which the Central Bank of Nigeria is trying to do, so as to prevent too much supply to combat inflation. Why this approach may face criticism, and it is, we may have to address the underlying causes of inflation, including, of course, foreign exchange instability and investor confidence. The bank must also carefully monitor the potential impact that its policies will have on the financial stability in the long run in Nigeria. We need to strengthen governance and fight corruption headlong by strengthening the anti-corruption agencies like EFCC, ICPC, the police. Because once countries hear that we are corrupt, they run away. When I speak at times to some of my foreign friends, they say we want to come to Nigeria to invest. But we hear that you people are very corrupt. I normally challenge them. We are not more corrupt than you. It's just that we talk about our corruption more than all of you. America, Europe, you are corrupt. I tell them so. So corruption is not necessarily a Nigerian. It is a global citizen. Although it has some extends in some countries. So we must also strengthen our security so that we can have stability. With these few recommendations, leveraging on our demographic dividends, abundant human and natural resources, and our strategic geographical location, Nigeria, which is today the 6th largest country in the world, with about 234.7 million people, being overtaken only by India, 1.7 billion people, China, India 1.9, China 1.7, America about 336, and two other countries. We should see Nigeria's huge population not as a minus, but as a plus. And we must also see that it is nothing short of a Dolly Parton's coat of many colors, that our plurality, with Professor Onige Otite's demographic survey of Nigeria having 374 ethnic groups that speak 521 languages. This plurality is what should actually make us stronger, centrifugally, not divide us centripetally. And as I go to my seat, I want to remind you of some of the worries some of our forebears, our ancestors, our nationalists had. Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the late sage, had to write a book, A Path to Nigerian Freedom, 1948, where he theorized, and very rightly true, that Nigeria is a piece of geographical expression, meaning that we didn't have cohesion. Till today, we still don't have that cohesion. We are still yearning for nationhood. That is why we have the great distrust and mistrust amongst ourselves. Religious divisiveness, ethnic divisiveness, language barriers, gender discrimination. These problems are there. And that was why when Ahmad Bello, the Sardauna of Sokoto, and Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Zik of Africa, we were discussing in 1959, before many of us here were born. Zik said, Bello, let us forget our differences. Ahmadu Bello said, no, Zik, we cannot forget our differences. We must recognize our differences. You are an Igbo, an Easterner, and a Christian. I'm a Fulani, a Northerner, and a Muslim. So we are different. It is in recognizing these our differences that we can decide to work together. So, my take on this, which is my advice to all of us, is that we should not see our differences in terms of our ethnic nationalities as a problem. It should rather be what should bring us together. I saw the cultural dancers that came here, and I was intrigued by one thing, that all of them from different strata of the Nigerian society could all dance to the same music, but using their peculiar nuances and native idiosyncrasies. The TV person, the Gbagi person, the Ibibio person, the Yoruba person, the Igbo person, the Fulani person, they were all dancing, but to the same music, but each using their own way of dancing to that same music. That is what Nigeria represents. I therefore tell us Yes, we are going through terrible times, very difficult times. But we should not lose hope. And we must not give up. Because to give up is to let Nigeria go down. I must therefore also appeal to the government of the day that there is crisis of confidence between government and the people. Because the people feel that they are not being governed by example, but by precepts. A leader will say, do what I do, not what I say. So we want to see a leadership that shows recognition or sensitivity to the plight of the common man by reducing cost of government that guzzle over 80 to 85% of our national income being used on funny things instead of on capital projects. No country grows like that. No country develops like that. It is not possible. And we must know that somehow we have missed a part. We have missed a point. I delivered a lecture earlier today. I was a keynote lecturer at the International Commission on Human Rights at the Women Development Center. And I gave the example. And I said, if you are going to Kaduna, let's say you are going to Kano, which is about 4 hours from here. You have to go through Kaduna and Zaria. Then you will get to Kano. But you can't be going to Kano and you face the opposite direction. You hit Gwagwalada, you continue to go. You get to Abaji. Then Lokoja, Okene, Okwila, Auchi. You get to Ekpo Maurumi. You get to Benin. You are facing Asaba. You are going to Port Harcourt. From there you are going to Calabar. Hello. You can't get to Kano now. What do? You stop. Put your vehicle on the reverse and go the right direction. So if we are missing it as we have been doing, driving or riding our aircraft without a compass, there is the need for us to retrace our steps. And one of the ways I've recommended again and again, even at the 2014 National Conference, I will never tire of recommending it, is that we need to sit down and talk. Do we forbid talking? Is Georgia not better than to war? Even the First World War ended at a round table at the Treaty of Versailles in France. Even the Second World War, the Nigeria-Biafra Civil War ended not on the war front. It was when General Philip Effiong finally surrendered, gave the mantle of surrender to Obasanjo representing the federal government on the 15th of January 1970, which is called the Armed Forces Day. So we need to sit down and discuss and embody our aspirations in a document called the Constitution. Not the present Constitution, which was militarily imposed, which is actually a schedule attached to Decree number 24 of 1999. Then we need to subject such a document to a people's referendum, as was done by the Midwest region on the 10th of August 1963, when it was excised from Western region. This simple thing has been done even by the UK during their Brexit a few years ago, by Egypt, Algeria, by Eritrea, by Singapore, by Iran, by Iraq, by South Africa. So why are we afraid of a people's constitution that is autochthonous, that is indigenous, that is people-driven, that enjoys their credibility and legitimacy. America did it between May and September 1887 at the convention in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where great nationalists came together, 50 of them. And 36 of them finally signed the final document, which was subjected to referendum of the American people. They already had a union. They were already confederates, but they wanted a more perfect union. That was how they called it, a more perfect union. It was at that conference that they agreed on federalism, on republicanism, on presidentialism, on the doctrine of separation of powers between the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, a doctrine that had been perfected in 1748 by a great French philosopher, Baron de Montesquieu. That conference drew up the great federalists. George Washington, after whom the capital is named Washington, D.C. People like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson. That constitution, because it was believed by the people, it's just 791 words. American Constitution with just 27 amendments since 1787. We need to go back to brass tacks. We need to reinvent ourselves. We need moral rearmament. We need structural change of our mindset so that we do not reward mediocrity, prebendalism, nepotism, and cronyism. So that we do not reward questionable characters with national honors and with doctorate degrees, honoris causa. If we do not retrace ourselves, I'm afraid we cannot grow. At best, we'll be suffering the fate of the barbar's chair of perpetual motion on its axis without progress. God bless you and God bless Nigeria.
Put your hands together once more. You can do better than this. You can do better than this. I didn't make mistake when I called him a reservoir of knowledge, a rich chronicler of history, a man so brilliant with an encyclopedic memory and exuberant personality in the profession of imparted knowledge. That's a man that is stubbornly unapologetic about his convictions. You cannot but admire his tenacity, sharpness of mind, tenacity of purpose, originality of thought, and audacity. That's our own bold, courageous, quintessential legal luminary, Professor Mike Ozekome, S.O.N. A man whose personality is strikingly cerebral, attractively simple, pleasantly unassuming. Thank you so very much, sir. We appreciate your presence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are rolling over the night, and I think that lecture was impactful, eventful, and educative. Thank you so very much. I would like also to recognize the presence of the governor of Kebbi State, that came with the high-powered delegation, ably represented by the secretary to the state governor, the state government, Alhaji Yakubu Bala Tafida. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. He also came with Alhaji Kabiru Sani, special advisor to the Kebbi state governor on out among his equal. I'm talking about no other person than our brother out among his equal. I'm talking about no other person than our brother Dr. Chima Amade Mazi Buruburu, ably represented by our own firebrand, vibrant, vigorous, smart, savvy, warm and witty House of Representative member, Right Honorable Ugonna Ozribo, Osbi, former Deputy Speaker, Imo State House of Assembly, former House of Representatives member for Nkwere, Isu Nwangele Njaba Federal Constituency. Thank you so very much. And I cannot fail also to recognize the presence of a serial philanthropist, a human capital development guru, maverick employer of labor, and empowerment monster. The man that made me to be here today, he is no other person than our competent, capable, tested, and trusted leader, Honorable Uche Ogbuagu. Papa Ani, thank you so very much. That is our own firebrand administrator, avant-garde administrator. He is here. We appreciate your presence. At this juncture, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have a man whose head is bigger than mine. He is here, our own father. Like I told us ab initio, that he is an enigma of truth and integrity, a beacon of hope that has inspired so many generations. In him, I recall the immutable words of William Arthur Ward that said that a mediocre teacher tells, a mediocre teacher tells, a good teacher explains, while a superior teacher demonstrates, but a great teacher inspires. Our own boss and mentor has inspired us with his intellectual cerebral capacity, his unimpeachable humility, impeccable loyalty, and contagious kindness. Our own father, Senator, His Excellency Senator Pius Anyim, the former SSG to the Federation, SGF to the Federation, and the former Senate President. He is the chairman of today's event. He is here with us. Our father, Daddy, come to the podium for chairman's opening remark. Thank you so much. You can do better. Put your hands together for him. Our own ageless, evergreen leader, a man whose lifestyle reminds me of the words of John C. Maxwell that says, a leader is that who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Thank you so very much, sir.
Your Excellencies, more particularly the representative of Kebbi State Governor, the representative of Abia State Governor, the representative of Ebonyi State Governor, the publisher, my own brother, Barrister Ezech Shimkanayo, the guest lecturer, distinguished members of the National Assembly and honorable members of the National Assembly. I am told that Honorable Idris Zakaria is here, Honorable Osby is here, Honorable Uchobuagu is here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me start by saying that 36 years ago, I was in Victoria Land Nigerian Law School to do my one-year law school program. And part of the program was that you would do an internship in a law firm. And I was posted to one law firm in Surulere. And when I reported, that law firm belonged to Professor Mike Ozekome. If my boss has spoken, I am sure I don't need to speak anymore. But let me say that I'm greatly delighted to be here to honor a young man who had made a mark. I am more particularly interested because in today's world, we must celebrate resilience. We must encourage enterprise. And indeed, we must support doggedness. Would you believe that this is the first anniversary of Nigeria Today magazine? And he's able to package this event to celebrate the 1-year anniversary. My brother, the publisher, even the dream, the idea, the courage to organize this event in itself is a huge success. You deserve all the support, you deserve all the encouragement, and I want to assure you that no matter how, God will help you to succeed. I want to say that many people were listed for honors tonight, and most of whom were represented. But I want to think that the high point of this event is not the award, it's rather the lecture by the guest lecturer. And for some of you who maybe knows me quite well, I am usually very shy. Not be so. I am not in a hurry to speak. There are times when provoked, I count my words to speak. You know, the issue of reform and the style of this administration had always dominated every discourse. But let me, because of the points highlighted in this lecture, just make a little comment, a little observation on this reform. I, for one, I have experienced what it takes to lead Nigeria. And I know what the challenges are, or maybe could be. And so what I usually do is, when a leader comes up, I'll try to spend extra time to understand his style and approach. Of course, maybe that will be inspired by his understanding of what the problems are. The one thing I know about reform is that there are two major strategies. Every reform comes with consequences. Every reform. And now it is left for the reformer to style and structure how to contend those consequences. If you have a basket of reforms, for instance, you have 1, 2, 3 reforms to do. If you do one this year, the consequences can take you for the whole year. If by next year you start another one, the consequences will occupy you for the second year. If by chance by the third year you start the third one, the consequences will take you for the third one or even more. But the other strategy may be, put all of them together, hit the ground one time, and compress the consequences maybe in 1 year. If you ask me, I think maybe the approach adopted by the present administration is to put all the reforms together, ram them, so that the consequences may take a little time to be over. My prayer is, maybe in the next few months, let the consequences of these reforms be over in Jesus' name. So let me sincerely thank all of you for finding time to be here today. And let me say that we have carefully noted the recommendations of the guest lecturer as a way forward for all of us as we navigate through these trying times. But let me say, for the event of tonight, we are getting to the end almost, but most important programs so to do. So we have the unveiling of the newspaper itself, which is not necessarily a formal presentation of the newspaper, of the magazine, because it has been done. And then we hit the award. Mr. Chin Kanayo, can you come up to guide us on the unveiling, on how to unveil the newspaper and to get going with the award? And I can tell you that by every means, we should be able to leave here in the next less than 1 hour. Are you okay with me? So the next 2 items will have to be on top speed to run it over. So whatever it takes, the next 10 minutes we should be done with unveiling the newspaper or magazine, I don't know what you plan here. Then we hit the award, which shouldn't take us more than 30 minutes, and we're up and going. Thank you, and again I welcome all of you.
Thank you so very much. Our own father, our own mentor, a man that has inspired us so much with his unassuming lifestyle, God's very own best, compassionate, unassuming, with the soul of a poet, brave in all respect, yet posting the image of a dove. That's our own Oga, His Excellency, Dr. Pius Anyim. Thank you so very much, sir. My own convener, you can testify, your professional colleagues can testify to your wisdom, courage, vision, tenacity, and uncanny organizational skill in this little event you just organized for a magazine that is not more than 1 year old. Thank you so very much, sir. We appreciate all you are doing to make sure that we reinvent, re-engineer, and reposition our great country, Nigeria. I would like also to recognize the presence of Right Honorable David Idris Zacharias, member representing Ida Egalamela Ebaji Ofu Federal Constituency, all the way from Kogi State. Thank you so very much, sir. Professor Bello Agoba, Principal and Private Secretary to Governor Senator Obasani, Executive Governor of Kebbi State, who also recognize your presence and appreciate you. We've mentioned the Governor of Kaduna State before, but thank God you're here to represent him. Thank you. With the Chief Press Secretary, Mr. Abraham Musa, thank you. We appreciate your presence. At this juncture, I would like to invite, like our own chairman said, that we were not going to spend more than 1 hour in presentation of this award. I will use this opportunity to invite to the podium the representative of the governor of Enugu State to just give us brief remark in the person of Honorable Chika Ugwoke, Honorable Commissioner for Labor and Employment, Enugu State. Thank you so very much, sir.
The chairman of the occasion, distinguished Senator Anyim, Pius Anyim, Your Excellencies and the representatives of various state governments here, the day is far gone, and I know that we are all in a hurry to go. Please permit me to select representatives to take the governor's recognition to various groups here. Mr. Hassan Tajit, the CEO of Vento Furniture, I recognize your presence. The Igwe of our kingdom, Igwe Makantuni, please take my greetings to all traditional rulers here. The commandant of the Security and Civil Defense Corps, Commander Shola. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman has spoken, and he has emphasized the significance of the lecture we have all listened to today. And I want to agree with you, distinguished Senator, 100%, that listening to yourself and Professor Mike Ozekome and being asked to come and drop a few words here is a top challenge for me. And I want to say that coming here to represent the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, it authenticates the reality of the lecture that we have all listened to here today. And I want to say to everybody, with every sense of pride, that all the contents of what we have listened to at this lecture today, if you want to see where the result manifests, come to Enugu State. Our governor, His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba, applies every detail of the recommendations of today's lecture in his governance, and the testimony abounds everywhere. He has sent me here today to represent him because of other state engagements, and I want to express our profound appreciation to the organizers of this great event. Honorable Chikamnayo Eze, it is indeed an honor well deserved for our cerebral governor, and your choice of Dr. Peter Mba as the keynote speaker to be of today's event and the Governor of the Year awardee is a reflection of the genuineness of the values that you profess. To him, this honor is really due. I want to seize this opportunity to highlight just very few of His Excellency's achievements that have happened within the last 19 months. Just to buttress the lecture that was presented by Professor Ozekome, our governor has focused on very few key matrices that define and shape economical growth and prosperity. And these include education. It may no longer be news that of the 971 billion naira budget of our states, that we have dedicated 33% to education. In the last year, 2024, our budget was 572 billion. 33% again was dedicated to education. And that is why Enugu State is taking the lead in providing world-class education in Nigeria today. We are constructing 260 world-class smart schools in every single ward in Enugu State. The contents are different. We are now teaching our children artificial intelligence. We are teaching them robotics. We are teaching them experiential agriculture. And the whole aim is to position them to move with the current tide that the world is going. It is currently going on in Enugu State, 260 institutions being constructed for our children to secure our future as a people. We are also focusing on healthcare. Across the 260 wards in Enugu State, we are constructing what we call type 2 healthcare centers, because we know that health is wealth. And for any society to grow meaningfully, we must live in a healthy environment. We are constructing Enugu State's International Hospital, which was flagged off some months ago, and this is to curb medical tourism, not just in Enugu State, but the whole country. We are believing that all of us who are gathered here today are going to be beneficiaries of this hospital when it is commissioned. There are so many things that we are doing as a state, reconstructing 71 roads across the whole state. For economic development, our transport system is being revolutionized. And I want to announce with great pleasure that within the next few months, the airspace of Nigeria will be excited to welcome on board Enugu Air, which has also been captured in our 2025 budget. So, ladies and gentlemen, without taking much of our time, I want to express to the organizer, to all of you gathered here today, the appreciation of our dear governor, and to say that we are totally in agreement with the contents chosen for today's lecture. And I do hope, just like the speakers have said, that the problem we have in Nigeria is not recommendations. It is implementation of recommendations. And I want to proudly say that if you want to learn how to apply what we have been taught today, please make out time and come to Enugu State. We are indeed proud of what our governor is achieving. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so very much, His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State. He has read out his achievements just almost in 2 years. We appreciate your presence. Thank you so very much for coming. God bless you. I would also like to invite Professor Bello Ayuba, Principal and Private Secretary to the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, Senator Obasani. That's the man representing the hardworking and pragmatic Governor of Kaduna State, Professor Bello Ayuba, an inimitable intellectual gladiator. Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you very much. The chairman of this important occasion and the former Senate President to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in the person of Ayim Pius Ayim, who was one time Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the publisher and Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Today. Let me stand on the already established existing protocol. As you heard, I am Professor Bello Ayuba, the Principal Private Secretary to the Governor of Kaduna State, Senator Obasani. So I'm here to represent him. He mandated me for me to be part of this important occasion. Why? Because of his commitment in the state. He asked me to assure the organizers that he is with you in prayers as well as in spirit. Distinguished Senator Obasani has been doing a lot to contribute to the development of the mass media in the country generally. Not only the mass media, but in all facets of development, be it within the agricultural sector, education, health, digital transformation, human capital development, and other areas of human endeavor. So I want to seize this opportunity, even though this is not a speech-making occasion. As you can see, based on what you have, this is a night for outstanding performance lecture, as well as an award. If you are to look at what we have, Today magazine, it is better to stand with today rather than to stand with yesterday or tomorrow. Why? Because yesterday is gone and tomorrow is uncertain. So it is better to stand with today. So I want to read the address of His Excellency. When I said I mean His Excellency the Executive Governor of Kaduna State. It is my pleasure to convey to the management of Nigeria today the compliment of His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, His Excellency Senator Ubasani, on the occasion of this award ceremony. Governor Ubasani also extends his felicitation to all those who have come from far and near to share the joy of the moment with him and the entire people of Kaduna State. He has asked me to extend the following word of gratitude to the organizers of this event. It is not often that leaders are recognized while they are still alive. Whenever such recognition comes, however, one is bound to immensely appreciate the grateful gesture. So this is in the belief that the little effort being made toward improving the lives of the people is after all being noticed, not only by the people, but also by others who may not even be the direct beneficiaries of these deliverables. So I want to, at this juncture, consider this award as an honor to the entire people of Kaduna State, not only to the governor. This is because while the administration has been engaged in the planning and putting in place people-oriented programs that have translated into tangible dividends of democracy to them here and there, so their patience as well as willingness to be carried along in the course of the implementation of the programs encourage us to put in more effort. This is why we have achieved the much that we have delivered to the people, so that so far, which has earned us acclaim from the people, and this recognition from you journalists, who are the watchdog of the society, we want to appreciate you a lot. So you can therefore understand when I say that the entire people of Kaduna State deserve this honor, not the governor alone. Let me seize this opportunity to once again thank the organizers for their consideration by choosing His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, for this recognition in the manner that you have done tonight. I assure you and all those that we serve daily that this honor will spur us into action. It is going to push us to give our best in the service of humanity. So I want to thank everybody here. There is something I equally want to say. In the course of my remarks, I say it is better to stand with today rather than to stand with yesterday or tomorrow. As I'm standing here, I'm not here to tell my story. I was once a journalist. I was once a correspondent. I was once a Beirut chief correspondent in charge of North East sub-region with Today newspaper. With Today newspaper. And as of today I'm talking to you, I'm a publisher of Education Watch Today, a magazine that focuses on the happenings within educational institutions in the country. So I want to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. His Excellency Oba Sani, ably represented by our own professor. In the words of Dr. Felix Ajakeye, the Catholic Bishop of Ekiti State, he said that we'll put the right people in the right position for the right result. I would, at this juncture, invite again once to the stage our capacity chairman of today's event for us to kickstart the to start giving our recipients the award because of time. The people from the Fourth Estate, members of the fourth rim of the estate, the journalists that are all here today, both from Arise, AIT, other television and radio station gathered here today to show their own love, support, and camaraderie to one of our own. We appreciate your presence and say, may God lead you back safely to your respective destination, and for all of you to get to the zenith of your own career in the mighty name of Jesus. Please, my own capacity chair. Wow. I don't know you're so athletic and energetic like this, full of life. though. Maybe he still imbibes the habit of the culture of sports. Wow. At my young age, I am still battling to cross. Okay, we'll start with the. Let me go and let it.
Hello. He has spoke, he has spoken. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come to a very important part of this event. And I will crave the indulgence of the keynote speaker, Professor Mike Ozekomi, to come and assist me in presenting the awards to the beneficiaries. Where are the flags? Where are the flags? It is my singular honor to invite the representative of the Governor of Kaduna State, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Basani, to come for his award. I want to say that I proudly wanted to preside over this presentation because of my colleague, distinguished Senator Obasani, and after that, I will invite other people to help me also conduct the presentation to some others. It is on behalf of the Nigerian Today magazine that we are greatly honored to recognize today the distinguished contributions of His Excellency Obasani to the development of Kaduna State. A recognition of his contributions to the development of Kaduna State, humanity, and Nigeria at large. Distinguished Senator Obasani, congratulations. Is there no other? Let me also delightfully invite the representative of the Governor of Bayelsa State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you can agree with me that the category of awardees we are recognizing presently are those who are so well known that we don't need to present their biography. But we are honored to present to you His Excellency, my friend and my brother, Governor Doi Diri of Bayelsa State. And tonight, His Excellency Doi Diri is recognized and being honored for his wonderful developmental strides in Bayelsa State, his contributions to the advancement of Bayelsa State, the country, and humanity at large. Congratulations. I'm sure you want to say something. Oh, say something. Okay, wait. Okay, how is the message? So read it. Whatever. Next is only this. Is it long? Yes.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Ayin Fayosayin, the publisher and CEO Nigeria Today, please permit me to rest on the already well-established protocol. I'm honored to represent His Excellency the Governor of Bayelsa State at this prestigious event hosted by Nigeria Today magazine. Tonight, we celebrate not only my governor's recognition as Governor of the Year for his leadership in the marine and blue economy, but also the collective efforts of the people of Bayelsa State in pursuing sustainable development. Please permit me, I would like to share His Excellency's words. He personally wrote his acceptance speech and he has directed that I read it to the hearing of everyone. I am deeply honored to receive this award on behalf of the people and government of Bayelsa State. We are truly gratified that our pioneering effort to bring shared prosperity to our citizens have been recognized by a prestigious publication like Nigeria Today magazine. We are passionate about creating an environment where citizens can live, work, and relax in security and peace. We are particularly keen to empower our youth and women to become self-employed and employers of labor. In line with this vision, we have embraced the federal government policy to tap into the opportunities offered by the marine and blue economy. This direction is naturally aligned with the Ijaw people, whose way of life has been centered around waters for centuries. That is why we prioritize the construction of the 3 senatorial routes, the causeways to the Atlantic Ocean, unlocking the vast bounties of our seas. We understand that sustainable development is integral to our state's progress. The marine and blue economy provides us with a pathway to economic growth while presenting a crucial opportunity to safeguard our environment for future generations. We must harness our resources wisely, ensuring our waters remain vibrant and teeming with life, supporting with livelihoods and biodiversity. In our quest to request the full potential of the marine and blue economy, we are embracing innovative practices in fishing, aquaculture, and marine tourism, alongside investing in education and capacity building for our youth. Our goal is to equip them with the skills needed to thrive in these emerging sectors, transforming them from job seekers into job creators. We are also deliberately preparing our young men and women with the skill set to participate as seafarers and deep offshore oil and gas personnel in the Nigerian and global deep offshore oil and gas industry. These initiatives initiative is potentially transformative, and we have seen it succeed elsewhere. In 2022 alone, overseas employed Filipino seafarers remitted $6.71 billion to their families in the Philippines. This demonstrates the potential of our initiative to direct our youth to exploit the oceans. Additionally, we are committed to fostering partnerships with private sector stakeholders, local communities, and international organizations. These collaborations are essential for advancing our shared vision of sustainable economic empowerment, ensuring that every citizen can partake in the wealth of our waters provided. As we move forward, let us work hand in hand towards a future where our blue economy becomes a beacon of hope, prosperity, and sustainability for all. Together, we'll continue to make Bayelsa State a land of opportunities, capable of transforming our region and contributing to the greater narrative of the nation. Thank you once again for this honor.
Your Excellencies, Your Excellencies, it's my greatest honor to invite the representative of Enugu State Governor to come to his award.
Thank you.
Prof. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Governor of Enugu State has spoken earlier, and he has highlighted the great things he's doing in Enugu State. It is in recognition of all that today is honored by this new, adventurous, and quite daring magazine, Nigeria Today. Congratulations. Okay. The next set of awardees, let me invite the representative of forgive me, please. The representative of Kebbi State Governor, please kindly come up for the award. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, again, a noble, a great noble, and I'm trying to remember how we describe him. Now that's in the. Let me say that the governor of Kebbi State, the comrade, help me, the comrade governor of Kebbi State, who very sincerely inspired the heart to all of us, by every stretch of imagination, deserve this great honor. And it is in recognition of his escapades in human development, in humanitarian services, and the general development of Kebbi State, that he is today honored in this recognition by Nigeria Today magazine. Congratulations. The next set of awardees
distinguished members of this forum, on behalf of the good people of Kebbi State and our comrade governor, we want to thank you very much for this award and to assure you that this award will spur the governor to greater heights. Indeed, he is the only governor who have transited from the service and got to be elected as the governor. So thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor.
The next set of awardees will be conducted by Prof. You can go down. The next set of awardees will be conducted by the representative of Kaduna State Governor. He will be assisted by Honorable Obinna Ozebo. Is he here? Obinna, are you here? You're going now. Sorry. Prof, you will take over from me. Then Osby will take over from Professor. Osby, please come up. Well done. You replace, you make the presentations like Prof. Where Prof will take over from me. Prof, the list is here. So, we've got MCs.
The next award is to the best First Lady of the Year, has been adjudged by Nigeria Today. And it is the First Lady of Jigawa State Government. My friend. The First Lady of Jigawa State Government. For the First Lady. The city collect on behalf of the The next award is going to be for the best member of the House of Assembly. Sorry, House of Reps. You know, I'm coming from a state, please. I accept my apology. The next award is to the best member of the National Assembly. Has been a judge is retired Honorable David Idris Zakaria. David Idris Zacharias. Is he in our midst, please? A round of applause for him, please. Retired Honorable David Idris Zakaria is a member representing Ida, Igala Mela Ibaji, Ofu Federal Constituency. You're welcome, sir. Best security outfit of the year. Thank you, please. You can take your seat. We now move on to the next award. The next award is for the best security outfit. Best security outfit. And this award goes to the Nigerian Civil Defense. So I want to have the singular honor and privilege to invite the representative of the commandant, Dr. Ahmed Abakar Abdi, for him to come forward and receive the award on his behalf. As well as selfless service Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is for the most outstanding lawmaker of the year. The most outstanding lawmaker of the year. And this award goes to Honorable Aliu Wakili Boya, Member, House of Representatives, and Chairman, House Committee on Police Affairs, representing Fufure, Song Federal Constituency. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Congratulations, please. You can take your seat. I appreciate your coming. The next award is for the most outstanding broadcaster of the year. When I came into this hall, I cited an important media personality. And I'm happy that in the course of this award night, this important media personality is being recognized by the organizers. And this most outstanding broadcaster of the year is no any other person than Mr. Suleiman Aladele. Suleiman Aladele. A round of applause for Suleiman, please.
Chief Dr. Regina. Chief Dr. Regina Yabo.
Okay.
Chief Dr. Regina Yabo from the USA.
Okay.
Chief Dr. Regina Yabo.
What is her award? What is her award? The next award is for the best diaspora award, the best diaspora award, and the recipient of this award is no other person than Dr. Regina Yaba from the United States of America. Dr. Regina, Chief Doctor, I'm being corrected, please. Chief Dr. Regina. You are welcome, please. Another round of applause for Chief Dr. Regina.
Good evening, Your Excellencies, Royal Fathers of the Day, all dignitaries present, Chairman of this occasion, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the organizers of this award, Nigeria Today magazine, the editor of the magazine, Honorable Barrister Eze Chikamnayo, the Director of Award Committee, Malam Suleiman Mohammed, and the entire team. I'm very honored to receive this award and recognition from Nigeria Today magazine. Today, I would like to talk about the state of the nation in respect to our everyday lives. We're at the phase of nation building. We're at the phase of nation building. And let me just get this right here. Where's that? Yeah, we're at the phase of nation building, and so how we navigate this very difficult time is a collective responsibility of our leaders, government institutions, and the citizens. We have to be our brothers' keepers right now. We need to start showing compassion, empathy to our fellow Nigerians in the true sense of the words, especially the underprivileged. We have to ask ourselves, do we see them? Do we feel their pain? They're hurting. We're all hurting. So let us be compatriots to our fellow citizens and patriotic to this blessed land flowing with milk and honey called Nigeria. May we succeed in all the reforms that are in place to move this nation to a brighter tomorrow, and may our leaders be blessed with wisdom and patriotism to navigate this ship called Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you so very much, man. Thank you. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. Thank you, Prof. And Honorable Ugodna Ozribo. Please, I will want Right Honorable Wakili to the podium to come and replace Prof so that we'll continue with our awards. Then the governor of Enugu State, please come to the podium, sir. Please, you help us give out these awards to the recipients. Thank you. I think the next award is for Dr. Chima Amadi Mazi Buruburu. Our own passionate philanthropist, passionate and serious philanthropist, a selfless humanist, Dr. Chima Amadi Mazi Buruburu, Imo Men of the Year, will be ably represented by our own brother and friend, a quintessence of humility, a pragmatic, meticulous leader, Honorable Ugodna Ozribo, with our own capacity, tested and trusted leader, Honorable Uche Obuago. If there is anything like approval and foresight, you give it to them. You can but admire his infectious smile, his pious disposition, his antenna of friendliness, and alluring fragrance of a successful entrepreneur and a politician. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to introduce the recipient of this award, Dr. Chima Amadi Mazi Buruguru. Congratulations. The Imo Man of the Year awardee. Congratulations. Please, may I call on the Honorable Commissioner from Bayelsa State, representing the governor, to join me in the podium for the next presentation. The next one is a big one, and I feel on a personal capacity, I feel most privileged to be anchoring this very one. A man that I've always admired from a distance, a man that has earned my respect from years ago, a man that gave me a hint of his age today when he mentioned when he took his WASC. And I could not but admire God's blessings upon you. We almost look the same age. When you mentioned when you attained your first WASC certificate, I was still somewhere, not yet conceived. So it is my singular honor and privilege to introduce the next awardee, the Human Rights Activist of the Year, Professor Mike Ozekome. A great man indeed.
I just want to thank Barrister Chikam Nayo, the true Eze Buruburu, for this great award from Nigeria Today magazine. I accept the award on behalf of the suffering people of this country, from whom I have fought for 67 good years on Mother Earth. Some people say I don't look it, I say, well, I'm aging backwards. I will continue by the grace of God to do what I know best how to do, to challenge impunity, to speak truth to authority, to defend the defenseless, to give voice to the voiceless, to energize the hapless and the helpless, to salvage from doldrums the repressed, the oppressed, the marginalized, the suppressed, the forgotten, and the denied, hoi polloi, the Frantz Fanon's wretched of the earth. God bless you all. God. Thank you.
Okay, well done. Huh?
Stay behind, sir. Stay.
I think
Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Please, without wasting much of our time, we'll still have other awards, especially for the business community and the academia too. But we just want the political class to get theirs before, because of their own time schedule. We have another special award here for the father of journalism, a posthumous award for the man I call father of journalism, the late Raymond Dokwesi, the CEO of Dar Communication, AIT Please, if you're here, please, may we all be standing, please. Stand on your feet for 1 hour, 1 minute silence, 1 minute silence, 1 minute silence, please, for the repose of the soul of our own father of journalism who is sleeping in the Lord. The daughter is here. I would want our own Iroko in the intellectual forest, our own father, beacon of humility and enigma of truth, our own selfless leader, trusted and tested, gregarious leader, a Nigerian man of irrepressible ideas, Mike Ozekome, to come forward. The daughter of, may we all be seated, please. May the soul of the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace in the mighty name of Jesus. The daughter is here, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an emotional moment for all of us here tonight. I remember when we migrated from NTA to what I would call digital television. AIT was the first for some of us. Tonight, not just the gathering here, but the entire nation keeps remembering your dad. And it is an auspicious occasion for us tonight. And we thank the organizers of this program for recognizing indeed someone to whom much honor is due. So it is my privilege to present the next awardee here receiving the posthumous award for Chief Raymond Okesi. I hand the microphone to the Secretary.
sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much. You've heard from the beautiful and adorable daughter of Chief Dr. Raymond Dogbesi, a man I call an embodiment of empathy, hard work, sincerity, loyalty, and trust and support. We want to bless you in the news as it belongs in the country. Distinctly his own. The next award should go to our own capacity Senator Dr. Osita Izunaso, the Senator of the Year. Senator Dr. Osita Izunaso, our own vibrant, vigorous, warm and witty senator, a man with grit, gravitas, and gusto, a man with unquenchable appetite for excellence. Our hardworking senator is almost here. Wow. A firebrand legislator representing his people well. A man imbued with sound progressive leadership value, whose common creed in governance is for the good of his people, the unwavering commitment for societal growth and progress. That's Senator Dr. Osita Izunaso. If he's on his way, almost here, like they said, we're waiting for him. While we wait for him, please, I would want us to call the next recipient. Please, the next recipient. I think, okay, that's our own Senator, a real gem, an enigma of remarkable elan, distinct in his candor, warm in his emanation, classy in his style, lovable in his interaction, endowed in persona, a man that loves to stamp his authority in most unassailable doormen.
As the commissioner for governor of Enugu, please come up. As governor for
Break it down, break it down. We've seen a big fish. Please, may I also crave your indulgence once more. His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, and our own inimitable intellectual gladiator, Professor Mike Ozekhome, please, sir, come to the podium. Come to the podium. The big masquerade is here. The man I call a real gem, a paradox, an enigma, A tiger without harmless claws. That's the man. He is here with us. Very handsome, looking boyish and dapper in this stunning outfit. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I have been called off again, and I am glad to be presenting to you a man that we call Papando in the southeast. For the benefit of those who are not Igbos, Papando means star. So the star has arrived. And it is my singular honor to introduce the next awardee, distinguished Senator Osita Zunaso. Papando, congratulations.
Thank you so very much. You've heard from the man I call a complete definition of hard work, discipline, a man of resplendence and honor. The next awardee.
We have businessmen, we have academians. That now that we are done with politicians, we are going to businessmen.
The next set of awardees are from the academia and the progressive business icons that we'll have in this hall. I think we've done with the political bigwigs. We did the last one with our own Onwa Papando, Senator Osita Izunaso, our own hardworking, diligent, naturally kind-hearted, amiable and affable leader. Amen. Whose can-do spirit is infectious. That's our own senator of the Federal Republic, with his friends from ECOWAS Parliament. They are all here. That's our own mother, and that mix of beauty and brain with matching brains to delectable, trendy, urbane, vivacious, and elegant. Our own adorable Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. Thank you, Ma, for coming to support one of our own. We appreciate you, and we pray that God will lead both of you safely back to your respective destination. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. DJ Lampard. Please, esteemed guests, may I use this singular opportunity once more to invite our own young, vibrant, and energetic governor of Enugu State. Please, don't go, please. Please. Yes, that's our hardworking governor. Please come to the podium. Our own capacity leader, Senator Osita Izuraso, we know you're tired, but we'll crave your indulgence, sir. Come to the podium, sir, please, so that you help us give out this award, because most of these notable and enigmatic personalities from the business class that we want to recognize today are so important to us in Nigeria. They've done so well, and they deserve this award. Thank you, sir. Okay, we have the youth leader of the year in the person of Honorable Abdurrahman Haruna Danja, PA to the Pro-Chancellor, National Open University of Nigeria now. Very young, very energetic, full of life, sassy, smart, vigorous, vibrant, warm and witty, PA, the young PA of the year. That's Abdul Rahman Haruna Danja. Next one. Thank you so very much. You've heard him, our own brother Abdul Rahman Haruna Danja. He has encouraged the youth to wake up from our slumber, that it is youth o'clock, that it is time for us to be active player, to be result-oriented. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. The next recipient is the Minister of Niger Delta. His representative is here. Please, the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs. Wow. Our Papa that came first, almost being the last now to receive this thing. Daddy, we are sorry for keeping you waiting. Thank you for your perseverance. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. Please, I would want to invite to the podium my own leader, capacity leader, tested and trusted leader, Honorable Uche Ubuago, our own brother, Honorable Charles Ifo, CJ Mama, and Charles Ewuzie. Please, four of you should come to the podium for your award. Our own brother, Uche Ubuago, the man that made me to be here. The grace of God is the most suitable voters that underpins the life of Honorable Uche Ubuago. While his peers plundered at young age, Honorable Uche Ubuago flourished with his life, vision, and mission, and pursued it with God's fearing, incandescent passion, valor, honor, and candor. Today, he has risen to the zenith of his career as a result of dint of hard work. In him, so many youths are climbing from his shoulders to lamplight. He believes most outstanding creative media personality of the year. As far back as 7 years ago, Gogo recognized him as the foremost artist to own a radio station. Today, that radio station has metamorphosed to about 5 other radio stations across Nigeria. That's to tell you his clinical delivery, entrepreneurial delivery. He is so outstanding, but his achievement do not dwindle his humanity. He is a serial and passionate philanthropist. His own philanthropy is not about grand gesture, but is about quiet, consistent act of generosity that builds community and builds the people. Thank you so very much, Honorable Uche Ubuago, my own capacity leader. You brought me to Abuja to anchor this event all the way from Aba. Thank you. I doff my cap for you, sir. Thank you so very much, sir. As to our own leader, our own mentor, see you at the top, sir. We know that 2027 is waiting for you, and you take what rightly belongs to you, because I was there at your election and everything. Even your grand finale, I anchored your grand finale. Thank you so very much, sir. Appreciate it. That's the word of a man I call outstanding dogged achiever, a purveyor of superior morals. He is with the wife, the pillar and strength of Ucho Wago, the gel that holds the family together. Please, may I use this opportunity to invite the deputy speakers of ECOWAS that are here, the one from Cote d'Ivoire and Gambia, our beautiful and adorable mother, and our own smiling, whose smile will unlock doors of opportunities. The man from Cote d'Ivoire, the deputy speaker of ECOWAS, please. Our Oga said I should invite both of you to the podium to do the needful. Thank you so very much. That's our brother and our mother. Engineer Eze, please be on standby. Members of NICRA, are you people here? If you're here, please come to the podium. Members of NICRA, are they here? National Cancer Research Institute, are you people here? Forgive me for calling NICRA. National Cancer Research Institute, if they are here. Okay. Most outstanding federal agency of the year. The award they're going to receive this night is for the most outstanding federal agency of the year. Because, okay. Next people. No worries. Thank you so very much. You've heard from the horse's mouth. At this juncture, I would also like to invite the representative of Engineer Eze for the most outstanding engineer of the year. The representative of Engineer Eze, the most outstanding engineer of the year. If you're here, please come to the podium. The representative of the registrar of NECO, National Examination Council of Nigeria. If they're here, they should be on standby. We are waiting for the representative of Engineer Eze, the most outstanding engineer of the year. That's our own traditional ruler from Allah, our own custodian of culture and tradition. A man that has impacted positively in the lives, the youngest king east of the Niger. He has impacted positively in the lives of his people. Thank you so very much, sir. We appreciate your presence. For engineer, he's the most outstanding engineer of the year, sir. Thank you so very much. That's the man, the traditional ruler that led with unassailable exemplariness, courage, moral rectitude, and tenacity. That's the man representing Engineer Eze, the most outstanding engineer of the year. A moral asset and a notable champion of just causes, Engineer Eze. The man representing the registrar of NECO, if you're ready. Richmore and Goldmore should be on standby. And the host, Vento Furniture's group, they are here. Please forgive us for calling you people this time. We are serving the best for the last. Please kindly bear with us. We cannot overemphasize what this group, what they have done today. This causes suffers that we're enjoying today, that they connected this convivial auditorium was powered by Vento Furniture. They are here for quality and durable chairs and sofas, both Turkish, Italian chairs. Count on Vento Furniture. We appreciate your presence. Thank you so very much, sir. NECO, the most outstanding educational agency of the year. That's the award they are taking home today. The most outstanding educational agency of the year. Thank you. We're inviting Richmore and Goldmore Pharmaceuticals for the most outstanding pharmaceutical companies of the year. Richmond and Goldmore. Rich Gold, Rich Gold, Rich Gold, Richie Gold, and Goldmore Pharmaceuticals, if they are here. Richie Gold, Richie Gold, and Goldmore Pharmaceuticals, the most outstanding pharmaceutical company of the year. The most impactful pharmaceutical company in Nigeria, Richie Gold and Goldmore. Thank you, Chief Okukwe John, for the most outstanding entrepreneur of the year, a resourceful entrepreneur whose industry clinically, entrepreneurial industry delivery clinically stands him out of his equal. Chief Okukwe, the most outstanding entrepreneur of the year, a selfless, a progressive servant of humanity, an arbiter of hope to the less privileged, a man renowned with fidelity to his words. What he says he will surely do. An eagle whose full strength comes out stronger and better in thick storms. Challenges don't like meeting him because he will use as raw materials for excellent results. Thank you, sir.
Wait, now we're following this, and they will tell me what to do now. This is the person that will tell me what to do.
Amen. Thank you, DJ. May I invite our own please, may I invite Mr. Suleiman Alede to the podium, please, for presentation of this award. To Chief Obiora Ifo, please, I crave your indulgence, also come to the podium, sir. I would want to invite to the podium the people I call employers of labor, human capital development gurus in Nigeria, because I think Vento Industries has created employment to Nigerians and also will generate revenue from there. They are here today and they are proud partners of this event because they are progressive, visionary, and charismatic business leaders. That is why they keyed into this idea and innovation. Our own capacity leader, my own mentor and boss, Honorable Uche Obuago, sir, please come and assist us too, sir, please. Sorry. That's my own Oga. That's my own Oga. The man whose head is bigger than mine. I cannot fit into his shoes. We are copying from him. But thank God, by the special grace of God, we'll get there. Thank you, sir. This is the owner of Real FM Aba, My FM and TV Owerri.
This award of recognition is in favor of Vento Furniture Company in Nigeria. And it is on behalf of the organizers of this event, Top Nigeria Top Magazine, that I present Nigeria Today Magazine, that I present this novel award to you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the award being presented by our own inimitable role model, a quintessential gentleman, a man of unassailable courage, a man of dependable valor, a man of duty, a man driven by fiat sense of justice, faith, an unrepentant disciplinarian, a man of brutal honesty, a man of candor and panache. That's my own boss, Honorable Uche Obuago. His smile is also infectious. I still appreciate and recognize his amiable wife, Uju Ejie. Oh, my own firebrand on-air personality, the woman behind the mask, the notable voice, the woman endowed with wisdom, knowledge, and peace. A great mother that radiates joy, happiness, kindness, and love. Break it down, break it down. A mother that radiates meekness, compassion, humility, and kindness. A special dazzling star to behold, a sparkless, priceless diamond. That's the woman we have here on the podium, Mrs. Uju Ejie from Ray Power FM. When you talk about their political program, the woman whose and Deputy Coordinator News Operation, Mommy, see you at the top. See you at the top.
All right, thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Of Nigeria Top Magazine, I have the singular honor and privilege to present this award to a revered media personality, Uju Ejie of the Ray Power AIT. In fact, the time for
a paragon of moral rectitude, humility, and virtue, a woman who exudes infectious aura that attracts her and endears her to people. She drives ceaselessly in everything she puts her hands on. That's the Deputy Director, News Coordinator. Wow. Thank you. Break it down.
Another big one for the national publicity secretary of Labour Party Nigeria, the obedience, Chief Obiara Info. Congratulations, sir. This is the national secretary of Labour Party Nigeria. He is being given an award today as the most outstanding public relations officer in the entire nation of Nigeria. Congratulations, sir.
Sir, it is unfortunate that we don't hear obedient again, articulated and batified. Nigeria is hungrified today. The slogan is hungrified. No more obedient, no more articulated, no more batified. We are hungry. And very soon, most of us will be demolished like illegal structure because our size is not commensurate with our pocket. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, another one is here, a very big one at that, going to one of our own in the media industry, talking about CJ Mama. She's been honored tonight as the most outstanding radio presentation officer 2024.
CJ Mama, an embodiment of womanhood, hard work, empathy, sincerity, loyalty.
The most outstanding radio presenter of the year 2024. Congratulations.
A mother whose life is an epistle of love, peace, and tolerance. Her life is also a demonstration of giving, service, humility, and forgiveness. CJ Mama, thank you so very much. We appreciate you. Humphrey Chinemeze, if you're here, please come to the podium. Come and receive your own award. Humphrey Chinemeze, please. Humphrey Chinemeze, if you're here, please come to the podium. This is how every man should look like. If you are not like him, don't emulate me, because very soon I will be demolished like illegal structure because of lack of cash. Humphrey Chinemeze, if you're here, okay. Outstanding personality of the year, Humphrey Chinemeze. Eric Upper, please. You're the next person after Humphrey Chinemeze. Nze, Humphrey Chinemeze, Okenze, Ekaraka. Mr. Humphrey Chinemeze is a good man in all ramifications, a testament to the power of kindness, the value of wisdom, and the importance of community and family. That's the man that we're giving this great award to the
Thank you very much. I give this opportunity to thank everyone that is here. Due protocol to the home. I know you have to take your leave, but I like to take any time. The organizers of this event, the today, the entire team, the entire community in Nigeria. This is a challenging time, and we feel it's taking happy that you guys lead that one. I will only thank everyone and especially this lovely representative that has been taking this, especially the Ryan family who is here in our absence and bear people in their service to the community and work. And I will use this opportunity to say that this will be an encouragement to all diaspora to not give up the hope that bringing our ideas and knowledge that we have gained for our people can carry to Nigeria in the challenging times that we face in the next year. Thank you everybody and continue to continue what you're doing and God bless everyone.
Next is Eric Upper. Okenze, thank you for your beautiful life of service to God and humanity. We appreciate your presence, sir. Thank you. Eric Upper. While we call on His Royal Majesty, Dr. Obokowo Whiskey, JP, PhD, we're doing here the first of Ovie, King of Ije Kingdom, Jesse Town, Ethiopia West Local Government Area of Delta State. Our own hardworking, diligent, and passionate King. If you're here, please. An iconic trailblazer, a pathfinder for his generation. Chief Eric Upper. Thank you. That's from my own state, Chief Eric Opia, the most outstanding Abia man. Thank you. We appreciate your doggedness, your resilience, and your bull-like tenacity. You have the tenacity of a warrior. Thank you so very much. An outstanding dogged achiever and a superior Chief Asoka Geoffrey, Chief Asoka Geoffrey, Omekodema Namichi, Chief Asoka Geoffrey, with his amiable wife, her smiles will open doors of opportunity. Thank you, Madam, for coming to support your own. Behind every successful man, there is that hardworking and virtuous woman around by his side. Chief Asoka Geoffrey with his entourage. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Okay, you and your wife, sorry. Okay, thank you. Your younger brother, he has turned to an overnight paparazzi. Thank you so very much. Chief Asoka High Chief Honorable Lucho Buago, Superior High Chief, the trailblazer that has blazed so many trails, the man I call the empowerment monster, the human capital development guru, the man whose imprimatur cannot be written off in Mbaike. Your name rings bell, and Mbike 2027 waits for you. I wait for you, my Oga. Thank you so very much. Charles Onoja, this is not when you do either weather focus or stock market. Thank you. I would like to invite the King. The King, His Royal Majesty, Dr. Obukwawo Whiskey. His representative is here. John Olere Mary Ray, if you are here, please, a word of outstanding contribution to environmental health and awareness. John Olere Mary Ray and our King, His Royal Majesty, these are the last awardees we'll have for today's event. By the time we'll round off with these two recipients, I think we'll come to the close of this wonderful, remarkable, and outstanding event being hosted by Nigerian Today magazine to celebrate most of these prodigious Nigerians that have done so well in their respective field of endeavor. John Olere Mary Ray. Thank you. The next one is for the King, His Royal Majesty Dr. Obukowo M.A. Whiskey, represented by Simeon Gole. Thank you. The last for today is for the most outstanding philanthropist of the year, Rochas Foundation. If they are here, please. Thank you. That's for the King. That's for the King. Dr. Obukowo Whiskey, represented by Honorable Sonny Anderson Osiebe. Thank you. The last is for the most outstanding philanthropist of the year, Rochas Okoro, His Excellency Dr. Rochas Okorocha Foundation. If the, Thank you. Honorable Kingsley Okezie to receive the award for the most outstanding philanthropist of the year. Rochas Foundation. It's for Rochas Foundation. Honorable Kingsley Okezie. Thank you so very much. Our own media personality, Charles Onoje, a shoot for the moon and aim for the star kind of personality. Thank you for the support. Thank you so very much. I express our profound gratitude to this hardworking, diligent, naturally, kind-hearted, determined, reliable, and trusted ally for doing the needful. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honestly, we have come to the end of today's event. This is where I drop anchor. I'm still yours sincerely, MC Dede Carlot. If you want to put it on a checkleaf, you call me Ahoama Anselm Obioma. Continue keeping it real and don't get it twisted. Thank you so very much.